We call to order the Newburgh Dundee Public Schools Board for December 12th, 2023. And we will stand and have the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For board members, Saul will be here, but he'll probably just join us in executive session. He said he would be a little late. So we are going to recess to executive session as per ORS 192.660 parentheses 2 parentheses E to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to negotiate a real property transactions. OSR 192.660 parentheses 2 parentheses F to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection. ORS 192.660 parentheses 2 parentheses H to consult with legal counsel regarding the legal rights and duties of the public body with regard to current litigation or likely to be filed. And ORSR 192.660 parentheses 2 parentheses B to consider the dismissal or disciplining of or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request an open hearing. Because of the length of this, we don't know how long it'll be, so I'll just let the public know. We don't know exactly when we'll be back, and we'll come back into regular session as soon as the executive session's over. So we're dismissed to this executive session. Recording now, and I think we're going to call the meeting back to order. And the first thing is to review the agenda, and we do have to add an addition, and this is about a discrimination complaint. And so that we can add that and put it under a board action. The first one, right, we'll have it first on the board action one, discrimination complaint. The consent agenda is new hires and resignations. I don't think they were any, the board minutes. Does anybody have any additions or corrections to the board minutes? If not, is there a motion for approval? Okay, we'll do one approval for all. Okay, and the second policy, that was from last time, and this surplus to Tiger Manufacturing, out-of-state travel, and then donations from ADEC and the Rotary for a forklift. Is any questions or discussions?
I had a question or a suggestion on the policy BDBDA, the board meetings policy. And I didn't catch it the first reading, but under the last paragraph on, well, not on the first page, it says no meetings will be held at any place where discrimination on the basis of disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, or national origin is practiced, but there's no religion in that. So I would like to add religion to that. You cannot discriminate against religion. And usually that's in there. I don't know if you guys just missed it the first time or something. I don't know if we can just add it or if we have to pull it and table it.
We can add it, or we'll kick it back to the policy committee. So we'll approve all the policies but that one.
Okay.
Okay. So is there a motion for the consent agenda minus the policy? What was the number?
BDA.
Okay, minus that.
Yeah, I'll move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors approve the consent agenda as presented minus policy BDBDA, which is being sent back to the policy committee for review.
I'll second.
All those in any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Okay, public forum. We have one person who's here to speak, Rebecca Wallace.
Just gonna find my comment here. Okay. Good evening. My name is Rebecca Wallace. My child received a form from a teacher asking for emergency contact information, pronouns, hobbies, and if there was a disability, among other questions. This form was given to all the students in the class, and I would like the board to discuss policy around this at some point in the future. There does not seem to be any policy I can find that allows teachers to lie to parents about how their students are being referred to in school. The word lie is strong, but it fits the definition of withholding information on purpose. It's the intent to not tell the truth. The sheet asked the students for their pronouns, which that doesn't bother me as much as the questions that followed it. The questions that followed were, may I use your preferred pronouns in front of class, in front of teachers, which after reading some ODE policy, that's part of the privacy for students that come out. But when calling home is the last question. So it infers that they're going to not tell the truth about what the child wants to be recognized at in school with their parents. I can see if the district and the parents have discussed the preferred pronouns with the student and they came up with a plan together on how the student will be referred, but I cannot understand how anyone in the district can make that decision without the parent or guardian of the student. I find this type of question and answer an immediate breach of trust that the district is allowing to be placed between parents and students. I think the district as a whole needs to affirm the rights that parents have and should maintain over their children without the interference of staff and teachers that have no place making parental decisions on behalf of the student. The district should be making attempts to strengthen the relationship between families and the district, not weaken them. It's arrogant to think that every family unit is not capable of knowing the truth of how their child feels. Promoting the keeping of secrets is also how groomers groom children and take advantage of them. I'm not implying that this is the case in this particular incident. However, look to some incidents in neighboring districts where teachers who were supposed to be trusted sexually abused a long list of students. It does happen, and our district needs to have strong policies in place that prevent secrets from taking root. A parent's number one job is to protect their children, and we are required by law to ensure our kids are educated. Our taxes pay for public school districts. We have some fabulous teachers and staff and some friends, some are acquaintances and some are strangers. Parents are not required to turn over our parental rights to strangers and acquaintances. Again, my comment is about promoting keep it secrets between students and families. It's not about their use of pronouns. I hear people say that some students don't have trusted people at home, and I know that does happen. However, please don't place that kind of tragedy on the families that work hard to maintain positive relationships with their children. Come up with a solution to help those in need while working to strengthen those that have support systems in place already. And I think that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Dr. Phillips has one that was sent in by email.
Yes, we have one. Hi, I would like to thank those MVMS teachers that provided WAGs, which are week at a glance, consistently during the first trimester. You know who you are and you are appreciated. Lauren P., parent in Newburgh.
Thank you. Reports and presentations. As you can see, Heather Bixby is absent tonight due to illness, and Dr. Phillips will talk about it.
So regarding the June expenditure revenue reports, November expenditure revenue reports, all is well as far as Heather reported to me today. If there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to write them down and share them with her, and she can email you. And then she also wanted to touch base about the audit. We were hoping that we would have the audit completed this month. The auditing firm is not completed this month, so we're now hoping that they can report to the board in January.
Is there a time frame we need to have that done by? Are we now out of compliance if we don't have the report to this month?
No, we'll be okay. Any kind of out of compliance, we'll get easily get remedy from Oregon Department of Education.
Okay, next report is Oregon at a glance. This was in the board packet, the profile of every school district. It's
Yes,
nice bright color online.
it's this one. Okay, and this, I think I've got actually about 6 or so sheets that I'll briefly talk about. I do recommend maybe in the spring, right before state testing comes about, that we have a work session of some sort where we can get deeper into this student achievement data. But as our board chair stated, every district gets one of these sheets. Actually, every school in the district gets one of these sheets as well. This is just the district sheet. So you can see in the left-hand column, we have 4,139 kids in the district as of last year. This is for 22-23. Some of the metrics: regular attenders, those are students that have 90% attendance or better. 64%, down 7% from the previous year. That's not good news. Better than the state average, but still not great. English language arts, 51% in the 3rd grade, pretty much flat, 1%, either way is pretty flat, beating the state average significantly. 8th grade math, 40%, up 5% from the previous year, and beating the state average significantly. On track to graduate. On track to graduate means in a traditional diploma, if a traditional diploma is 24 credits, then each year you should earn 6. So at the end of the freshman year, if you have 6 credits, then you're considered on track. So this metric is used. A lot of districts, the research out of University of Chicago and elsewhere is if you get your kids on track at the end of the freshman year, they're going to graduate. And so it's a new metric that the state of Oregon's been having us use for, I don't know, past 5-ish years. Tammy, close enough. 79%, up 5% from the previous year, still not on track with the state. What's really interesting about this metric, when you go over to the next one, on-time graduation at 83%, our on-track graduation rate, by the time we get them to be seniors and graduate, we always climb. The state, you can see the average in the state was 84 and it dropped down to 81. So it's a unique situation in Newburgh that you take our on track to graduate 9th grade and we usually grow it, and the state it typically drops it, which is unique. I'm glad we're in our position that we grow it, but that's a unique kind of stat. And then 5-year completion rate is those kids don't graduate in 4 years. Can we get them through in 5 years? If you go to the next page, a lot of data here. It breaks down all of those metrics that I just talked about. So your regular attenders there are in orange, and it breaks down, for instance, let's take the very first one, American Indian, Alaska Native. That population, 60% are regular attenders. Okay, so you can walk all the way down through that and see where we've got some hot spots and where we're doing well by subgroup. 3rd grade English, same thing. You can see a lot of those don't have colored bars in 3rd grade English, 8th grade math, etc. That's because that subgroup has 10 or less kids. And so the state of Oregon does not assign a data to it to protect their privacy. If it was only 1 kid, you would know what they scored. And so if it's 10 or less, they do not report it. So once again, we could really spend a lot of time on this, and I would recommend we do that at a work session sometime. There's a few other sheets I would like to walk you through. The next one, on track to graduate rates. This is something that I actually borrowed from the high school, did a presentation on this just today to the Austin Foundation. And they gave me a preview a couple weeks ago, and so I borrowed a couple of their slides. In 2021, this freshman on track was 71%. The next year they jumped to 74%, and the next year they jumped to 79%. So as far as on track, we're on track. We're doing good work. We're moving that dial. And right now, at the end of the first trimester at the high school, we're sitting at 86%. Hopefully we hold that, but that's where we are right now, freshman, end of first trimester. The next sheet I also borrowed. This shows what you saw a couple sheets ago, but this compares the red on the right, which is last year, 22-23, with the same on track to graduate from 18-19. And so you can see kind of pre-COVID, you can just go right down it. Hispanic Latino pre-COVID was 49% were on track to graduate. We're now at 67%. Multiracial was 75, now it's 92. And you can go all the way down that. Every metric is better than it was 4 years ago, which is great to see. They're doing some really good work at the high school. I find it interesting. In 2018-19, our girls were on track at 75 and our boys 69. This now, or last year, it was 82-75. There's a significant, 7 points is significant. Our boys don't graduate or aren't on track to graduate and don't graduate the same rate as our girls. The next sheet I wanted to share with you is the teaching and learning department started putting this together. This is I failed to put a year on this, but this is 22-23 data. These sheets with the blue bars and the green. Once again, 22-23 data, the tests that were done last spring. So this is all the testing grades combined into one metric. So this isn't specific third grade, eighth grade, or 11th grade. This is all of them. And what we did is we tried to stack ourselves up with neighboring districts. And so you can see in English language arts, out of those 9 districts, we're third. We're in the upper third quartile there. BSD, Beaverton, they beat us, and Sherwood beats us. If you go to the next one, math, we're also third. And first and second place are the same, BSD and Sherwood. And then if you go to the last page, science, it's the same again. We're third, and it's Beaverton and Sherwood. I would like to point out that if you look on the left-hand columns where the districts are listed and their actual achievement numbers are listed, we're close to Beaverton in several spots. Sherwood's got us beat pretty good, but we're close to Beaverton, and I would love to sneak up on those guys. So that's something we need help with our students over here, is pushing that. So that, once again, I think it'd be a great discussion in a work session, but that's in a nutshell. Any questions for me?
So just to clarify, the last couple pages with 3 graphs where we're third place, this is just a combined view and comparing it to our neighboring districts of this data?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Instead of third grade unique ELA, it's all grades ELA compared to their all grades ELA. Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay. The next thing is procedures for reconsideration of library materials. This is a administrative rule that has been worked on by several people in the school district.
Yeah. So as you know, ARs are the purview of the superintendent. You set policy, I figure out how to comply. This is a AR that describes if we have, let me go down the third paragraph, procedure for reconsideration of library materials. If a concern is expressed by a current parent, guardian, an employee, or a student. So once again, current parent, guardian, employee, or student. If they have a concern with a library book, what do? How do we go about it? This is the guidelines on what we do and how we go about it. We didn't have this. And recent trends across the nation, as well as neighboring districts, have been dealing with this just recently. We felt we needed an AR. So it is 7 pages long, but it's really not that bad. So let me go quickly to page 2. There will be a review committee. The review committee is 2 parents. Let's say the book under review comes out of Edwards Library. Okay, so think Edwards Elementary. 2 parents. One parent has to be from Edwards. Another parent will be from one of the other elementaries. Okay, the next one, 2 teachers. One of those teachers need to be from Edwards. Another teacher would be from an elementary across the district. 2 district administrators. One administrator will be from Edwards. Another one will be an elementary principal somewhere else in the district. 1 licensed school librarian. We only have 1, so she will be on the committee. And 1 classified licensed librarian, which would be the librarian from Edwards. And then the director of teaching and learning, which is currently Jillian. That makes 9, and all 9 members would be voting members. They would, yeah.
So I had a couple of questions, like who would decide who picks who's on that committee? And then shouldn't one of the parents be on that committee that filed the complaint so they can be involved in that?
Yeah, so the parent that filed, or the parent or the staff member or the student who filed the complaint, they would come and kind of testify in front of the committee and say what they object to, but they wouldn't be a voting member.
Okay.
And the policy says at the top, the superintendent or their designee, and the director of teacher and learning establishes the committee.
Okay.
That's at the top of that
Oh,
page.
oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that
If we go down a little bit more on that page 2, they can consider a number of things in the bold there with the kind of inlet bullets, about a third of the way up. They can retain the material. They can say, nope, we've reviewed it and it needs to say at Edwards Elementary. Or they can say, we do think there's a problem and we need to relocate this text. Maybe it goes to the middle school, maybe it goes to the high school, so they can relocate it. And the third one is, wow, yeah, this needs to be gone from the district entirely, from the district libraries. So it's one of those 3 recommendations. And it's a 2/3 vote. So of the 9 members, you have to have 6 of the 9 land on one of the solutions. Okay. If they can't come up with a solution, if they struggle with it and they just can't come up with 2/3, that's 6 out of 9, they can't get there, then the policy goes to a 3-person panel, which is 2 administrators from an elementary, because once again, we're talking about Edwards, 2 administrators and teaching and learning would be a 3-group committee, and they would figure it out. So it's kind of a default there. If you go to the 3rd page, top of the 3rd page, if whether the decision is from the group of 9 or the group of 3, if the individual who made the appeal or the request for reconsideration isn't happy, then they appeal to the board. There's a few other things in there, like if you're the committee of 9, they will read the book. That's an agreement that the 9 will have before we put them on. You will read the book in its entirety.
I have another question too.
If it comes to the board, you will read the book.
So what is the time frame on that? Like what, usually when you file something, there's so many days. I don't see that in here. Is it in here that I'm just not seeing it?
Yeah, at the first page, number 5. The review committee will conclude their formal review no later than 45 days after the principal receives. Then we've got an asterisk there that timelines are subject to the number of reconsideration requests and district staff availability. And the reason we put that in there is, let's say, what happens if we get flooded tomorrow with 15 requests, 15 individual requests? Well, I don't think we can get 15 of them done. I don't think Jillian can read 15 books. Well, you could probably read 15 books in 45 days, but you know what I mean? I mean, it's just, it can get cumbersome if there's that many. So we have that caveat that if there's too many, or if district staff availability, we have the license to not take our time, but not meet that deadline if there's too many. Okay. I'll go on real quick. So if you just, pages 4 and 5 are the actual requests. So if the parent, student, or employee wants to make a request for a library book to be reconsidered, this is the documents that they use. And then pages 6 and, well, 7's blank. So page 6 is what the review committee will fill out to present back to the person who requests the review.
My one question, is the review committee started after a request is made? Is that one that would be formed?
Yes. Yes, because a review committee will look different if the review is asked at the middle school than the elementary, or any elementary for that matter.
I was just curious if there would already be like representatives picked from each school, or if it would depend time to time. Just curious because it didn't.
You know, we haven't done it yet, so we haven't got that far, but the only person that I can guarantee will be on it
And the librarian.
is Jillian and the head librarian, which I can't go any farther without thanking her. She was a big help on this, did a lot of research. This was not just something she came up with. She did a lot of research, various districts, taking best language here and there and putting it together. We met several times, and she did a lot of work on it. She was great to work with, and I think we got a good policy, or good AR.
So I guess that kind of answers, but this is pretty in line with, you said several other districts have dealt with this. This is pretty in line just with our Newburgh language.
Yeah, yeah. And Nancy helped a little bit as a former librarian. She helped a little bit with, she's experienced this, so.
I went through the Salem Kaiser because I worked in Salem Kaiser School District, and then I looked up North Clackamas. And I know the high school librarian looked at the Beaverton School District, and we didn't have what I thought was a good AR, because a really good AR protects the staff. It protects the school librarian, because it's not, someone, you don't take it personally. I mean, you don't know every book in your collection. You might be the first year librarian there too, and you may not have even purchased the book that someone doesn't like it. So by having a policy, it takes out of the emotion out of it. And I think and one of the things I think is really important in this is because, we can cherry pick sometimes when we read, and I don't like this passage in a book. And it says, have you read the entire book? Because sometimes in literature, there's poetic license to make a point that's maybe opposite of what someone likes. And, as a school librarian, I really highly value the freedom to read, and that maybe you're as a parent, you have the right to supervise what your kids read, but what maybe you don't want them to read something, but that parent, as you, don't have the right to tell me what my kids can or cannot read. And so I feel very strongly about the freedom to read. That's American Library Association tenet, and I think this policy allows for that. And I also think that librarians are very careful about, their budgets are limited. They're very careful about their selection. And so they don't waste money on books that don't fit the collection.
And there is always the case of age appropriateness. As a superintendent, as a father, my senior reads and understands things differently than my second grader. And I think we are all aware of that. And okay, if there's no more questions about that, I will go to the next AR that we've been working on. This is the AR that our attorneys kind of didn't really address specifically, but in regards to disposition of district-owned property. So this AR was drafted with the help of Christy Nesbitt, our WESD attorney, also the attorney Chris Walters from Dunn Carney that you all gave me permission to work with a month or so ago. So this AR is for the surplusing of real estate. And one thing I really like about it, on page 1, 2C, it talks about the sale of this can be done by any lawful means, including by a marketed sale for the highest value. It's just that simple, kind of like you're selling your house. I want the most money. Whoever gives me the most money, that's what we're doing. Or by a request for qualifications to a select qualified purchaser, or a request for proposal, sealed bid. There's a lot of different choices in this AR that I think as we work with our attorney, we can flush out a little bit, and as we get a real estate agent as well. And so it gives us the parameters to be flexible, but we didn't have an AR for this, so that's what we have. Once again, no vote. It's just kind of a heads up. That's what we're doing there.
So now we're not to board action items. And the first one is the one that we added to the agenda. The reason we did this is because on November 23rd, 2023, the board received a discrimination complaint. After reviewing the complaint, the board determined that it had not been filed in accordance with our district procedures. The complaint should have been filed at the superintendent level so that he would have the opportunity to address it prior to it reaching the board level. And so there's a recommended motion for this.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee Public Schools Board of Directors not hear the discrimination complaint at this time, refer the complaint to the superintendent for processing in accordance with the applicable complaint procedures, and that the complainant be notified of this action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Any discussion about this? If not, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. early literacy, determination, the surplus real estate property.
Yes. So for, in your packet, you have a longer write-up than typical for a motion. It gives you some details about the lots that we are, that I'm asking for you to surplus, specifically Dundee Elementary and the playground behind it, lots 100 and 200. In your packet is a map. That map specifically shows the red outline. That red outline runs along Fifth Street, runs along 99th, Highway 99. It covers, once again, Dundee Elementary and the playground behind it.
Is there any questions about this? If not, is there a motion? It's in our suggested motion is in our board packet.
Yeah, I'll move to declare Dundee Elementary School, 140 Southwest Fifth Street, Dundee, Oregon, 97115, lots 100 and 200. Section 25 CB Township 3 South, Range 3 West, Willamette Meridian, Yamhill County, Oregon, as surplus property, as the property is no longer needed for the district's educational mission.
Is there a second, or do you need to read the rest of this? Including the authority to subdelegate these responsibilities?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, right.
All right, the board authorizes the superintendent to take all necessary steps towards board's goal of selling Dundee Elementary School, 140 Southwest Fifth Street, Dundee, Oregon, 97115, lots 100 and 200, section 25 CB Township 3 South, Range 3 West, Willamette Meridian, Yamhill County, Oregon, including the authority to subdelegate these responsibilities. Any purchase and sale agreement negotiated by the superintendent or designee shall be submitted to the board for final approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
This one's not open.
Aye. We needed two motions?
They're separate.
Okay.
Did I do that wrong?
No, no, you read them both, but no, this is why we have legal counsel. We need to move on the first motion to declare it a surplus property, which you read. So we'll vote on that one now. So all those in favor of on the first motion to declare Dundee Elementary surplus property? Aye. Opposed? And then the second motion, which you read, we won't read it again. The board authorizes the superintendent to take. All those in favor of that motion? Second.
As well.
All those in favor? Aye. This is why we hire legal counsel.
Thank you.
Jillian, early literacy grant.
Thank you. Tonight, I will be asking for some action items on both the early literacy grant and then the SIA grant coming up next. I will also be taking public or board comment as we present. Okay, so the early literacy Success School District Grant application opened December 1st. We have not yet submitted our grant this year. We chose to wait until after board approval to submit the grant application. This grant is not competitive, so we will receive the funding and all activities are retroactive to October 1st of this 2023 school year. So we have a couple of different activities in the Early Literacy Success Initiative, and the one that we're focused on is the school district funds. In conjunction, there are other grants that potentially might occur in our area, such as the community grants, possibly from the library or other entities, and the Birth Through Age 5 literacy plan. So the purpose of our presentation tonight is to share information about our early literacy plan as part of the Early Literacy Success School District Grant application. This is what I'm required to read now. And as required by the Early Literacy Success Initiative legislation, that grant application to provide an opportunity for public comment on the application and to seek board approval for early literacy school grant applications. So our grant application, again, as I had said, we have until January 8th to submit it, and we will plan to submit tomorrow should the application be approved. To biennium, so this is the first year of that grant application. Our 23-24 allocation is $315,744.15. Year two increases slightly to $328,631.67. So I'm not going to read the rest of these slides verbatim. I'm going to give you the gist. The first part of the application was really addressing the strengths that our district already has in early literacy, and then as well as the opportunities to grow. So in our district, we already have adopted multi-tiered systems of instruction. So we have a really robust intervention program at our K-5 schools. All of our curriculum that has been board adopted is aligned to the science of reading, which is a requirement from the ODE grant. It's all research-based in terms of any of the intervention materials that we are using. And all the professional development is aligned to those research-based best practices and the science of reading. And just as a side note, the data that we have from our interventions, we've actually been asked to present at the Oregon RTI conference because our outcomes have been so great. And we've also been working on some pilots that we've been doing for some of the researchers in terms of the intervention materials itself. So we've had a really strong program in this area. So this grant is definitely an asset to us. So our opportunities for growth, we are focusing on a couple of areas: extended learning through the expansion of preschool. We currently have one preschool classroom. As you know, our new Edwards Elementary School houses 2 preschool classrooms. So we would like to expand the 1 preschool classroom to 2. Increased access to the high dosage tutoring. So that's our intervention program. And then extend summer learning access district-wide. I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through the slides. So one of the requirements of the grant is to ensure that there is ongoing professional development and coaching, and that all of those activities are aligned with research-based best practices. And so for us, we already have those embedded into our professional development plans. Our reading specialists across the district, as well as our English language development specialists, get together monthly for professional development and district-wide professional learning communities. And then they go back to their schools. And while they're implementing their professional development, sometimes they are also providing professional development to their own staffs after they have had training. So there's really great, strong collaboration between our district level TOSAs, our district level programming, and then what's happening out in the building levels. We've also worked with the Willamette Educational School District to ensure that that training and coaching is research-based. And again, that all professional development is rooted in the science of reading. And then, of course, that it's addressing all of the areas of reading. So phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary development, fluency, and comprehension goals. And then as well that our elementary administrators have that professional development opportunity, and they receive that support through outside professional development, as well as our K-12 leadership team and our teaching and learning department. So in terms of extending learning programs, we currently offer a summer school that is federally funded through our Title I-A, Title I-C, and Title III programs. So our students who are attending summer school now are automatically eligible. It's a student who is eligible for migrant services. And then our students who are attending Title I-A schools, so Joanne Austin and Edwards Elementary, and any student that's eligible for Title III services, those are our students who are multilingual learners working to acquire and access their English language development, are eligible to attend summer school based on assessment scores. So they will receive an invitation. We would like to extend this to all primary students in the district based on their assessment scores and teacher referral. So that would increase the number of students who we have served in summer school. I was a summer school principal for probably 8 years prior to last year. This was the first year I didn't do it. And I would say at the height of summer school, we served just under 500 kids, about 440. This last few summer schools since COVID, we've been sitting right around 220. So we definitely have the capacity to serve more students, but the issue has been our funding streams because there are federal requirements tied to those funding streams. So with our early literacy grant, we would be able to meet those needs as well. And we've definitely had a lot of community requests every summer. I have received those requests from parents looking for additional support for their students. So our summer school program are all licensed or staff members who potentially work in our district. The majority of staff that are there are in-district staff. And again, all of the instruction that occurs is aligned with the science of reading and research. And then our preschool programming is also structured to support the state of Oregon's early literacy plan and support the early literacy and language acquisition. And again, right now we have the one classroom that are currently was being funded by the regular school year migrant program. So moving into high dosage tutoring, this really means for us interventions. So interventions occur outside of the literacy block. So this is in addition to regular core instruction. Our teams have benchmark assessments that we complete 3 times a year. And based on those assessments, we identify students that might need additional support that aren't either making adequate growth or showing some skill struggle. And data teams get together, they put students in an intervention group, and then the intervention group runs from 6 to 8 weeks. And then the data teams meet again and assess how the student's doing. So they're progress monitoring the student throughout the whole time. All of this curriculum is aligned with the science of reading and research based. All of the intervention groups that we have in our district meet 4 times a week. For some students that maybe aren't experiencing as severe struggle, there could be some groups that are more like 3 times a week, but most of our groups are 4 times a week for 20 to 30 minutes with that weekly progress monitoring to inform their decision-making for instruction. And again, after that 6 weeks, a data team is meeting to review how they're doing in class and in the intervention team. So we want to make sure that this is a really fluid opportunity so kids aren't stuck in intervention. They're getting the skill that they need, and then they're moving on either to the next skill, different intervention, or in class at grade level work or accelerating. As part of our grant requirement, we were required to take an inventory of all of the literacy materials that are in use at the K-5 level in our district. As I mentioned, our core curriculum, Amplify, Core Knowledge, Language Arts, also known as CKLA, and Benchmark, Advance, and Adelante are both board adopted curriculums that were aligned with the science of reading and on ODE's implementation adoption list. They were adopted in spring 21 and implemented fall 2022. And then we had to talk about our communication plan. So part of the literacy grant is that it's going to be rolled into the plethora of grants in the integrated grant plan. So the communication plan will mirror the integrated plan as well. So we will be communicating. We had to gather information about how we are communicating with neighborhood school districts, students in the community, our elementary schools within the community, and then our community itself. So we have a variety of ways that we are engaging and will continue to engage as we go along in this grant. We were required as part of the grant to have a student growth assessment system. So when I mentioned that we assess students 3 times each year to get that initial data of how they're doing, we're talking about using our Amplify M-Class assessment, which is a version of DIBELS, a fluency assessment, along with some other measures that are really assessing specific skill levels, and M-Class Lectura, which is a Spanish assessment. And then again, we had to also have matching funds. So as I had mentioned, our federal funds that support summer school are going to be used to match our early literacy grants along with the SIA grant. The regular Title I-C is migrant, our regular school year migrant grant, and in addition to some general funds that are already being used for early literacy. again, our core inventory here. This is focusing on the assessment. We had to list also all of the interventions that we are utilizing in the district that are aligned to the science of reading and research-based best practices. And now finally we get to the budget. What are we actually doing? So what we are hoping to implement and get for your approval this evening, I mentioned that we have a preschool program. Due to some of the demographic changes in the state of Oregon, funding for migrant students has dramatically shifted. We have had in the past one of the largest migrant programs in our region. And so the allocations that we are now receiving are significantly less. The ESD was able to procure more funds later this year, and so they were able to add funds to our program. In the past, our migrant preschool program was 100% funded by the migrant program. This year, the migrant program was only able to fund 0.5 of the preschool coordinator. So that would be like the teacher of the program. And currently we have a teacher who is the coordinator. It's a classified staff job and a instructional assistant. So the remainder of those costs that are no longer funded by migrant would be picked up by this early literacy grant. In addition to opening a second classroom with the same staffing, a preschool coordinator and a preschool instructional assistant. So that would allow us to serve 20 students at a time in each classroom. And then adding a reading specialist half-time, as well as additional instructional assistants, extending the summer learning program. And I know that that's not a ton of money, but because we are hiring in January, our benefits are going to come in a lot less. So I know what I have here is a little over budget because we are hiring in January, and I wanted to make sure we had enough funds in the grant to sustain an entire year. So I anticipate having overages to be able to support that summer learning at a higher amount. But even still, like I said, with this number of students that we have now, we have the capacity to serve quite a few more students. So that's a total of 6.5 FTE, $315,744.15. The budget for 24-25 is the same. You will note that there is a little bit more money allocated towards summer learning and then some of the cost shifts for staffing as we get those hires in place.
Jillian, can I ask a quick question
Yeah.
about the budget? So we're in the 23-24 year, and that is not currently in our budget that would have been approved. So this is new money. I can't imagine it's like ticking the box that says this is high enough level that you have to go back and open the, is there a thing with school districts? I know there are other government entities where if the budget amount that you're bringing in is at some level, then it sort of ticks a box that you sort of have to reopen budget. I can't imagine this has reached that allocation level, but
Yeah, that's typically 10%.
Okay,
and
yeah.
We're not near there.
okay. It just made me think about how we bring in new money that's different than other places, so.
But it is one of the reasons why there's board approval for the grant. Thanks.
Can I ask a question really quick? Maybe you just said it. The benefits, they're much lower next year than they are this
They're over
year.
budget in year one.
Okay.
So
That's what you're
part of it is the insurance cap that's in there. So yes, there is difference, and that's why on that first one, I'm sure that it's over budget for the benefits, given the time of year that they will be starting.
And if she doesn't spend it all in this year, it rolls over in the next year.
So just like our SIA grant, it only rolls over for the duration of the biennium. So if I don't spend it next year, then we lose the funds, but I do a really good job at making sure our grant funds are spent. We will not lose any money. Okay, so that's our budget and our plan. Is that my last slide there? Okay. Online, you will find some additional background knowledge on the literacy grant should you choose to peruse those slides. Are there any questions about our plans for early literacy?
What's a TOSA? I'm sorry.
Great question. Teacher on special assignment. So all of our TOSAs are at well, I shouldn't say all. There's one that's at an elementary school. The rest of our TOSAs are all at the district level. So they are licensed teachers that are specialists in a particular area. So for example, we have a reading TOSA, Dr. Pam Mears. We have a math TOSA, Dawn Reed, and then our English language development and dual language TOSA, Angelina Doran.
Hey, Jillian, I guess maybe for my own advocation, do you have a good idea on like what percentage of these pre-K students are going to need these services?
That's a really great question. So right now I can tell you in our migrant preschool, we are serving 16, but we are still working off of the migrant preschool rules until we are able to expand this funding. We will have a priority for service for students that are experiencing or qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we're going to start there. We are anticipating on running an AM and a PM session. So that way we would have 40 kids being served each day to maximize the amount of service. Currently, our migrant preschool program is an all-day program serving 3 and 4-year-olds. With the addition of this classroom opening mid-year, we're going to target 4-year-olds first and kind of gain what our community need is there. I'm anticipating that it's pretty high. And again, we're going to open it up to the entire district for families that are eligible for free and reduced lunch. And I know we're still kind of working on fine tuning some of the other priority areas, but for sure that's one. And we thought that was really important so that it's impacting all elementary locations and it's impacting all elementary locations. If we don't have 40 4-year-olds, then we would open it up to 3-year-olds and or extend the criteria. We also thought going half day might be better, just given the experiences we've had in our other preschool classroom already with it being full day, and then just the switch from preschool to kindergarten, because kindergarten's full day, we thought about stepping them up.
So, sorry, maybe I misunderstood you. So the priority is migrant, then free or reduced lunch kids whose performance is below a certain threshold, is that?
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
So right now, our preschool program serves our students who are eligible for migrant services. That's where they were initially funded from. We will be expanding that so that all families that are eligible under free and reduced lunch have the opportunity. Depending on what that looks like, it could turn into a lottery or it could be first come, first serve. So we're still fine tuning what those priority for services are, but we wanted to be able to open it up to families in the entire district. And we thought that would be one way to make it a little bit more manageable instead of having a lottery for every single family that might have a 4-year-old in the district boundary. So we're going to create a criteria of priority for service.
So are you saying that you're anticipating or you know that the need is greater than what you're able to provide in
I am
services?
anticipating the need is greater than what we can provide. I'm just thinking about the number of kindergartners that we have every year in our schools, right? So there's got to be that many 4-year-olds waiting to go to or kindergarten next year. So I believe that is a need. And also our preschool program, due to the grant requirements, will definitely be aligned with the science of reading and literacy, research-based best practices. So it's not a daycare program or like it would be setting them up for kindergarten. So it would be extended learning.
Okay.
Have there been conversations about that half day and how that impacts parents' willingness or desire to utilize the program and how the impacts on their work schedule or other things like that?
Yes. And a lot of the current preschool programs are half day. Our program is unique in that it is full day currently. We decided to go half day to serve more students.
Are there any further questions? If not, is there a motion to accept the early literacy grant application and budget?
Yeah, I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the early literacy grant application and budget as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Jillian, the student investment account.
I know last
last month, I said it'd be a couple months, so we talked about this again. And then like a week after that, we got our grant agreement from ODE. So with our grant agreement this year, it is required to be approved by the board. So I'm going to go through the grant agreement. You have the entire grant agreement in your board packet. I'm going to highlight starting on page 15. Those are our exhibits and the actual project. The first 14 pages are pretty standard legal documentation from ODE. So I'm going to start with our longitudinal performance growth target. So this is a part of a requirement that is new this biennium with the integrated plan. So this impacts our student investment account funds, but also our entire integrated plan. So with that, this is posted online as one document. We had to go through a co-development of longitudinal performance growth goals with ODE for multiple areas. And so I've included here our historical background of where our performance has been. So you'll see that on the first slide, and then the next slide will show you our growth goals. I'm including all of the data on the slides because you will note that in your board packet, it's super tiny, small, and you probably won't be able to read it. So you want to read it online to be able to zoom it in, or you can just review these slides. So for our 4-year graduation rate, as Dr. Phillips already touched on, we have been trending upwards for a while and are focusing on gap closing for our focal populations. So our last 5-year average was at 84, just about 85%. And the gap closing was at 76.2%. So for our goals, this first year, 23-24, we're at 85% for all students. 86% is our stretch target. So every single goal we have will have a baseline and then a stretch target and then a gap closing target. So for those students that are in the focal groups, their goals are 77.70%. And then you can see how they will progress over the course of 5 years. So that is our 4-year graduation cohort goals. I'm going to kind of zip through some of these. If you have questions as we move along, please don't hesitate to stop me. And then our 5-year cohort completion. So historical backgrounds, 89.9% is our last trend over the course of 5 years. And then the gap closing for our students in the focal groups are 84.2%. And so our goals here, this year for baseline, we have a 91% target rate for all students, 92% for the stretch, and 86% for our focal populations. And you'll notate those align with our strategic goals being 95% in 5 years. Our next goal area is 9th grade on track. And you can see that there is no information in 1920. And so we're starting to move into goals now that will have gaps in data due to COVID or the absence of state testing or minimal state testing during the years of 1920. So you'll notice a decrease in the trend for these two areas, and that is because of the lack of data. So it does skew it a little bit. And the outcomes from COVID. So on track to graduate, our goal this year is 78%. Our target goal is 86% in 5 years. And again, those stretch goals at the end of 5 years, 91%. And then for gap closing, still a pretty big gap for our focal populations at 76.6% after 5 years. And so for this particular metric, we chose to do a stretch target to 86% for our focal populations.
Jillian, just one quick question. Can you explain what the gap closing
So part of the requirement for the grant is that students who are
a member of a focal group population traditionally have a lower performance. And so the gap closing goal is to accelerate students to ensure that the gap gets closed. So we're saying all students, their average or their target is, let's say for this year, 78%. Our students that are in focal groups, their target is 66%. So we want to close the gap of where those two groups of students are because they should be performing at the same level. We want to have really high rigorous instruction and opportunities for all students. And so we want to make those goals shrink. They should be the same, right? If we're really talking about all students performing, we want to see all students performing well. So it's working to decrease the difference in performance between all students and students that are in a focal population.
And what are the focal populations or focal groups that you're talking about?
Sure. So if you recall back to the at a glance, some of the categories that Dr. Phillips was talking about. So our Hispanic students, our students acquiring language, students experiencing a disability, different race or ethnicities, all focal populations. Okay. Third grade English language arts proficiency. So you can see our trend, the average was 55% over the course of the last 5 years. And for our focal populations, it was 33%. So again, like this is where you see those gaps, right? We want to, and that would be one of the great parts about being able to provide preschool opportunities for students is there's a pretty large gap at the elementary level. And so our growth goals here are 51% this year, ending at 59% in 5 years. And I do want to notate that our strategic plan has a much higher goal. These goals were co-developed with ODE, and in those conversations, they wanted to make sure that we had goals that mathematically were attainable, because their focus is to work with districts who are experiencing struggle. And so there was some concern that our district goals were a bit high, and they did not want to be required to work with us because we weren't meeting our high goals. So they asked us to revisit those, and these were co-developed. Again, I know I'm not happy with seeing 59% in 5 years, and I don't think it's going to be 59% in 5 years. I believe it will be much higher given all of the interventions that we have in place and just the success that we're seeing just in the last 3 years with our response to intervention and multi-tiered systems of instruction programs. So I believe we will be outperforming these goals in 5 years. But these are the goals that were co-developed with ODE. So this will be what the grant is based on in terms of the performance. They will be utilizing these goals. And then our regular attenders, Dr. Phillips mentioned those earlier. So 82% we started at in 17-18. The last 5-year trend is 81%. So we're trending a little bit down. Same thing with our students that are in our focal groups are trending downward as well in terms of attendance. So our regular attender goals for the next 5 years, again, looking forward to increasing those 75% in 5 years for all students. 80% is our stretch goal, and then 70% for our gap closing goal. And I think like another slide that I just want to acknowledge, like we don't want to see a 10% gap between our stretch target for all students and students that might be a member of a focal population. We want all students at school. So that is why we are representing some of these tonight to you. Sorry. Can you push the button? Is there another one? Okay, maybe that's, I talked a lot. Okay, and I'm really good at that. And I told them that I'd like be really quiet too. Sorry, it didn't pan out that way. So this is part of our SIA requirements. And then along with that, in Exhibit A, you will notice that there are performance indicators. So there's some conversation about that on page 20. And these performance markers we're already reporting on that started this past year. So there are specific metrics that ODE, in addition to our goals, want to see in terms of starting to see early signs of progress, being able to gain traction in terms of implementing those SIA funds and our plan working. All the goals are around community engagement, data teams, research-based tools, the use of funds, accurate inventory of the materials that we have as a district, which we do have, elevating student agency and voice, research-based assessment tools, 9th grade course scheduling, basically all of the activities related to the goals we just went over. So the progress markers are also part of the grant reporting. I'm not going to go over Exhibit B because we just did that one. And Exhibit C is the insurance, which is pretty standard in an ODE requirement. So tonight I'm asking you to approve our early literacy grant plan. We again have not submitted it because I wanted to wait for board approval on that. Sorry, retract that. Student investment account plan for your approval tonight for the longitudinal performance goals and the performance markers.
I have a quick question before we go to the approval process. On your 5-year goals, since this is, looks like it's a biennium request in funding, do you reevaluate your 5-year goals like every year or at the biennium if they are not met or you're seeing a different trends?
Yes, so
In one of our presentations, we talked to, so it's a 5-year planning period, but then you are in a 2-year planning cycle. So every biennium, you're replanning for the next 5 years.
Okay, so if we we don't meet our goal this year, maybe we'll make it up next year, but then after that, we need to look at the next 5 years.
Planning again. Yep.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the SI student investment account?
Yeah, I'll move that the
yeah.
Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the SIA longitudinal performance growth targets and SIA grant agreement as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Jillian. Excellent. I'm sorry to the principals who waited so long. And so the next item on the agenda is middle school and high school fees.
All right, so no fancy presentations tonight. We just have a few things to go over with you that are included in your board packet tonight. The first agenda item is course fees for both middle schools and high schools. I think I'll defer to middle schools first. You can review your course fees and then I'll pop over to me for high school fees.
Thank you, Tammy. So at CV and at Mountain View, we are doing some slight changes to our fees that we had approved in July. So at Chehalis Valley, we put a whole new set of elective classes in towards CTE pathways. In our first year of implementation, we noticed we're going to need a couple more bucks for certain things. For example, wood shop prices are going through the roof for wood, for wood and lumber. For Jen, for her culinary classes, it's just food's expensive. And so we're going to need to increase a little bit more money on those pieces moving forward. I did add a photojournalism fee for Chehalis Valley. They do our yearbook as well, but we had some brand new, through the bond, brand new machines and cameras. And one thing we're finding is SD cards get lost pretty quickly at the middle school level, as well as batteries run out and so on. And so it's one of those ideas to replenish some of the stuff that we're missing on those lab spaces. Jen, anything or Tammy?
No, you spoke for me.
Okay.
That's good.
And in terms of the high school, you have two lists, one that is our current course fee structure, and then course fee structure proposed for 24-25 with highlighted changes. I'll go over just a couple of things. As Andy said, we were very fortunate or unfortunate, or a little bit of both during COVID, in that the federal government came in and provided us with some relief funds, and that allowed us to waive course fees for a couple of years while we were experiencing instruction remotely. And so coming back from COVID, we had to reinstate our course fees, but what we didn't do when we came back is take into consideration the increase in cost for materials, which everybody knows, metal, woods, and food is all more expensive than it used to be. And so we're asking for some slight increases in our fees for that. Additionally, AP test, you'll see an AP test is an increase of $1. That's very typical. The College Board sets the fee for tests. So we just raise those according to their suggestions. And then a couple of classes we've added a tier 2, such as photography 1 and photography 2, graphic design 1 and graphic design 2. And we wanted to make sure to clearly articulate in our course fees that these fees, it's for example, a $20 fee for graphic arts 1 and a $20 fee for graphic arts 2. The big one that I feel like I need to highlight is last year the board approved to eliminate science lab fees for physics and chemistry. And I am asking again for the board to reconsider that, as I will just tell you transparently, without my business manager buddy here tonight, she can attest as well that not having science lab fees is not sustainable in terms of delivering lab-based instruction. We do have to charge a minimal fee for those resources that are consumables. Otherwise, we won't have those resources to use. So, and I'm happy to answer questions about that, but.
So, I don't have any questions for you, Tammy. I do have questions for middle school. Because Tammy, you presented that's gonna be changes for next year and not this year, but for middle school, is that for next year as well? Or is that for this year? Okay. Oh, I didn't actually see that there's, okay, never mind. I have no more questions.
And what about the students that can't afford to pay for fees? Is there like a scholarships or something like
As
that?
with everything, students who are experiencing or in families who are experiencing financial hardships, those fees are waived. So if students qualify for free and reduced lunch, we waive those fees. But for those families who can't afford it, it helps, again, provide those consumable materials that we need to conduct class.
I have a question, sorry. You can't see my, Key Club has a fee. Do all your clubs have fees, or what's the situation with Key Club?
Not all clubs have fees. That is a national, it's my understanding that that is a national fee that all students who are involved in Key Club have to pay. And you're nodding yes. So yeah, a member of Key Club. Yes, yeah. So that is a national fee.
I'm sorry, now that you say that, this is a reminder from last year, hearing about the fees in Key Club. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions?
Well, sorry, I was just curious, Tammy. So when the board voted to not have fees for the chemistry and what did you say the other one, physics? Physics. You weren't given extra funds to counter what fee dollars you would have collected for expendables or consumables?
So what, and again, Heather's not here, so I don't want to speak for her, but what I can say is that when something, there is a set pot of money, and so it has to come from someplace else. So if we're going to eliminate course fees and we still have to purchase those consumable materials, that money has to come from somewhere else.
And you're saying it didn't?
No, I'm saying, no, yes, it did this year. But
Okay.
I'm saying that that's not sustainable for the future.
I guess I'm
Yeah.
confused. So you have a set amount of money to run the class, right? And then if you don't receive the money for those consumables that maybe other classes get through these fees, we're not, I guess I'm confused. We're not giving them extra money to counter
Well,
that?
we very well would or could or should or did. The question is it's got to come from somewhere. So where do we take it from to make up these few $100s that that used to be driven through these fees? So you've got to find it from somewhere.
Right.
And I actually support the change. I think as Renee's question was, what about the kids that can't afford it? Then we take care of them. But
where does that come from?
we have a line item for it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's in the budget.
Okay. This is just like a general.
Yeah, frankly, I wish
account
Heather was here.
that can be used for other things.
Yeah, like Tammy said, it used to come from ESSER. As that, we still have ESSER funds, but they're going away.
Yeah. Okay.
I noticed that on the second page of the high school, family max per year, 600, that's just for the sports fees. Is that correct?
That is correct. So you can imagine those families who maybe have 3 students at the high school. We cap it at $600.
Any other questions? If not, we have 2 motions. The first one is to approve the fee changes for the high school, and then the second one would be to approve for the middle schools.
I'll move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the Newburgh High School fee structure schedule for 2024 and 2025 as presented.
Second,
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, second motion is to approve the fee changes for Chehalis Valley Middle School and Mountain View Middle School.
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the MVMS and CVMS fee schedule for 2024, 2025 as presented.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor? Okay. Next time, thank you. Sorry you had to wait so long. New courses.
Yeah, so now I get to talk about some really fun stuff. Each year, we bring to the board new course proposals. We understand that while we may want an endless number of amazing fun classes that our kids really get into, we are limited in what we can offer based on teachers and the number of courses that they can teach. So as we go into these courses, I want to just share with you a couple of parameters that I kind of place on our leadership team when we begin discussing new courses. And one is that we are really focused on building our career pathways, and does a course fit a career pathway and allow a student to take enough credits to complete a career pathway. So that's one of the decision rules. The other one is whether it provides extended opportunities for students such as dual credit or college, credit articulation. So you have these courses in your packet, and I want to apologize in advance for 2 things. Number one, it's a shared document, and Tabitha was a rock star and got them printed off and ready for board packet, but it didn't have the initial signatures yet, and I do have packets with the actual signatures if anybody wants to see those. And then just an error in one of them. One of them listed that it was a semester course, and as we all know, we're now on trimesters. Thank you for that. And so I corrected those in this packet if anybody would like to see them. The first one that I'm going to address is the digital arts multimedia storytelling. So again, this is a pathway that is growing and emerging. We have been able to add a second level of photography and a second level of graphic design. And now we have the opportunity to add multimedia storytelling to this as well. It is an emerging field and it's of high interest to students. And so we have an amazing media arts teacher who came from industry. She is one of the more creative, innovative people in our building. And if you want to see someone get kids excited about what they're learning, just to go see Miss Feynman's class. She's really amazing. So we would like to add this to our career pathway. It does help kids earn the number of credits that they need to complete to be a completer in a career pathway. It is FTE neutral, meaning that we don't need any additional funding or staffing to teach this class. We have learned the hard way to be very creative over the past couple of years and to use our resources frugally. And so Ms. Feynman has taken on the task of teaching photography 1 and 2 in what we call a piggyback fashion, meaning that it's the same period, same class, but 2 different levels, so that she can expand her opportunities for students. So that's the first course that I want to present. Do you want me to pause for questions on each course or just go through them?
I think we can make, the motions are on the agenda are to approve each course at a time. And so I think we'd have we'd have a motion to approve that course. If does anybody have any questions about this course?
Yeah, just kind of a general question. So I definitely understand what the multimedia storytelling is about. Sounds like you said Miss Feynman or Mrs. Feynman came from the industry. So is there, I mean, that's also some standards you're meeting. Is there like, does she bring in like some industrial knowledge? I mean, of course she did because she worked in it, but are there other avenues of information that she's bringing into like, okay, what can you do after this? What is your potential income? What's, you know, some of those, you know, career pathing, supplemental information
Yeah.
things? So
Fantastic question, and I think you teed it up for, you know, a future conversation about how our graduation requirements are changing. We have right now a pretty dynamic CTE cohort of teachers in addition to a new post-secondary success coordinator, and they are working integrally to expand, build our pathways, but also educate our students on what these pathways can lead to in terms of, you know, employment and jobs. And so all of that is embedded into these courses. In addition to moving toward new diploma requirements from ODE coming down the pipe, there's a requirement for higher education and career skills, a 0.5 credit that we're going to have to embed into our curriculum in the next few years. So that will come alongside the work that our CTE folks are already doing.
Any further questions? Is there a motion to approve the new course, multimedia storytelling?
which one is it? Oh, they're moved that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the Newburgh High School new course in multimedia storytelling for the 2024-2025 academic year as presented.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor? Okay, next course.
So the next course I want to present is called Acting for Film, CT Theater Arts. This also is added to, or this is also proposed to add to our career pathway. I could brag forever about how amazing our teachers are, and Mike McConaughey is yet another one, creative and innovative with theater arts. And so he came to me with this proposal, and if you know Mike McConaughey, he's kind of a one-man show. He is one guy who teaches just a plethora of theater classes, and I keep saying, if only I could replicate you, I need more Mike McConaughey's. So when he came to me with this proposal, I reminded him of that. Like, Mike, there's no more of you to spread around. He said, so here's my pitch. We have an audio-visual production course that we got off the ground a couple of years ago. And so what this course allows us to do is, again, piggyback the two classes together, and we will be able to teach students behind the camera while they're filming actors in front of the camera. So it is this intertwined opportunity to teach our students about what film and production is all about from the acting side and from the filming side. So I'm really excited about this one as well. It will, like I said, allow an extra 0.5 credit toward our career pathway for students to become pathway completers. And again, being creative with our resources, it will not cost us any additional FTE.
So I do have a question about that piggyback concept.
Yep.
So is he teaching both sides of the camera then?
Yes.
Okay, and that wouldn't, maybe also kind of questioning the photography side of it, that doesn't take away from making sure that the, say, level 2 class or the one side is not getting diminished education towards that topic?
Yeah, I think that's always a little bit of a challenge when you talk about piggybacking courses. What I can tell you and what I'm seeing in a lot of courses is some of these kids are developing these skills to where they are actually walking alongside the instructor, as the instructor is like level 2 helping level 1, in addition to some kind of independent projects that they're doing. So I don't know that it necessarily diminishes one level or the other, but it certainly allows for elements of creativity, especially for those upper levels that maybe they wouldn't get in a traditional classroom setting. So,
Sounds good. Thank you.
yes, yes.
I was
please.
gonna ask too, is there any financial, like, do you have to buy extra cameras or film equipment or stuff
So
like
we are
that?
pretty well equipped with what we need because we already have the audio visual production class. So, go ahead.
So pretty much how the class was working prior to this year was they were having the like behind the scenes people be on screen and just like have a lesser quality acting job, I guess. So this is allowing those technicians to work with actors and like put together, like work together and collaborate to put like a nicer final image. Yeah.
So on that same kind of point, is there, in the class before, you almost were forced to kind of do part of the acting. Is there that transition almost of, I think it's important for the person on the camera to understand the work that goes into the back end. Is there any thoughts on making that a collaborative way in that as well?
Yeah, knowing that Mike and the way that he teaches, I can't imagine that that's not part of the overall curriculum. I think, you know, it's interesting that some of these creative ways that we're approaching instruction now, because it releases a level of responsibility and autonomy to the students, which I think is fantastic. They learn to think critically, you know, to analyze their own work. And so I really do see it as an opportunity to expand our students' growth.
Are there any further questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the acting for film?
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the Newburgh High School new course acting for film for 2024-2025 active academic year as presented.
I second.
All those in favor? And the last course, Allied Health Chemistry.
Yes, so allied health chemistry, this really tackles two of my criteria in proposing new courses. Number one, it is part of our health services pathway. That is a growing and emerging pathway. And then it also will articulate with Western Oregon University through our Willamette Promise program. So it's a 5-credit course that's specifically designed for non-chemistry major students. So it focuses on general chemistry, organic chemistry, biochemistry as it applies to health professions specifically. So we're hoping to engage more students in a health-specific chemistry course as they progress through some of our health courses. Again, not additional FTE. We anticipate that what may happen, those kids who are pursuing the health career pathway will opt for the allied health chemistry, and so it will be a wash. We may have like one section of allied health chemistry and the rest regular chem classes. So we don't foresee it costing any additional staffing. And again, the students who complete this will and pass the exam that's created by Western Oregon will earn 5 university level credits for this class.
Hey, Tammy, it sounds like a great class. I guess my only question is, you know, it seems pretty heavy on, you know, all the chemistries, but the only prerequisite is biology. There's no prerequisite for like chemistry, which it seems to be heavy laden in, so.
Yeah, that's the way it is with our regular Gen Chem classes as well. There's no, I mean, biology is the prerequisite. So with our students who are on like an advanced science coursework pathway toward college, they'll take biology as freshmen, and then they'll get to choose between regular chemistry or this allied health chemistry or honors chemistry. So we have 3 levels of chemistry.
Okay.
Any further questions? If not, is someone want to make the motion for Allied Health Chemistry?
I move that the Newburgh School Board of Directors approve the Newburgh High School new course of Allied Health Chemistry for the 2024-2025 academic year as presented.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Motion carries. Resolution number 2022-5 revised, Dr. Phillips will do that since Heather Bixby's not here.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks, Tammy.
I love those exciting courses.
Thank you.
So this should be the shortest action item of the night. What you have in front of you is this sheet here with the yellow. During the audit, we found an error. This sheet, when it was approved, it, instead of building acquisition in the yellow there, it said enterprise and communications. It was supposed to say building acquisition. All the numbers are identical. Everything's the same. It was just a typo that the auditors found. So we need it reapproved with the correct language.
Is there a motion for reapproval?
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve resolution 2022-5 revised as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Last things on the agenda are from Oregon School Board Association elections, and these were things that we transferred from last meeting to this. There are 3 candidates who want to serve on the OSB legislative policy for Yamhill and Polk County. And the information about them are in there. I don't know any of them. If anybody has any information or any recommendations, we have 3 options. Are we abstain? Actually, we have 4 options listed.
I'd like to support Ed Griesel of Dallas.
So you'd make a motion.
Sorry.
As it's written.
Oh, yeah.
I move.
I move that Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors support Ed Griesel of Dallas for the OSBA Legislative Policy Committee position number 13.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstain? Are you opposing or abstaining? Abstaining. Okay. So that motion didn't carry. Does someone want to nominate someone else? I don't know any of them. All I know is what I read.
Yeah, I mean, based on what we had available, I thought that Susan Graham seemed to be have the best experience for what I would expect for this committee. So I guess what I'm saying is I move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors support Susan Graham of Central for the OSBA Legislative Policy Committee position 13.
A second.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor of nominating Susan Graham? Okay. Those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. 6-1. And then we have 2 resolutions. And resolution 1 is to establish a rural, if I get the right title, Oregon Rural School Board Members Caucus for the Oregon School Board Association. Is there a motion to approve this?
Yeah, I'll move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors support resolution 1, creates the Oregon Rural School Board Members Caucus and designates a seat on the OSBA Board of Directors and Legislative Policy Committee.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Oppose? And abstain. Okay, so we have 6-4 and 1 abstention. And the last resolution is the bylaws, and the bylaws were and read the changes and things, and this is just an updating of the bylaws for the Oregon School Board Association. Is there a motion to approve the change in bylaws?
I move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors support Resolution 2, adopt the proposed amendments to the OSBA bylaws.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, so the motion carries 5 and 2 abstentions. Okay, comments. We'll let the students go first since they've sat through this whole meeting. So what you guys can decide who gets to go first over there.
Well, we just finished up the first trimester, so it's our last week before winter break. That's, I think, the biggest thing that's kind of been happening at the school. So from an ASB standpoint, me personally, I was just on the Spirit Week committee, so kind of a fun way to end school before winter break. And then just kind of also talking about things we want to do for the school heading into the new year. So stuff with January, if January kind of tends to be a pretty slow month. So how we can encourage students to continue working hard through the next trimester. Yeah, but I think the first try was really a good success. And I think there was a lot of mixed opinions from different students, whether they liked the trimesters, just because it was different for everybody. But
You want to explain that more, mixed opinions, like how
Um,
students liked it or didn't,
yeah.
why people liked it or why they didn't like it?
yeah, I think I enjoyed it just because it allowed more time in certain classes, allowed you to spend more time working and getting just more time with one teacher and not having to move around as much. But I know a lot of students, especially in the performing arts, struggled with it just because having some students, they couldn't fit into their schedule all the classes that they were wanting. So they had to either drop the class or had to turn it into a 0 period. I think was just really hard for them. That's the only feedback that I've received about them.
Thank you.
We've started discussing, the 3 of us, some like action that we want to take being in these roles. Some things we've discussed is working on college readiness, looking into like the gifted program and like advertising that a little bit more. And a big one we've been talking about is like a continuation of the last year's representatives with like the emphasis on standardized testing and like pushing to the students like why it's necessary and like encouraging them to be engaged.
Thank you. Are you going to abstain?
I have nothing to say. They did a great job.
Oh, okay, well, thank you. Jeremy, do you have any comments here?
Yeah, this should be quick and easy. They're all positives. I love seeing our scores on at the glance. That was great. Plus it's also pretty versus black and white, everything else. Love hearing about the new high school classes and all the new opportunities there. And love hearing that this group to my left is taking the initiative and getting together and creating action plans. That's awesome. So that's it.
I'm going to go the way of Fred tonight. The only thing I'll say is last week before 2 weeks off, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate or don't celebrate. Have a good one. Spend quality time with your family.
I have a couple things. I've been going to a lot of events at the school. It's been so much fun. The various activities, the Makers Market that a number of us went to. And then we had a jazz band after that. The Makers Market was really fun and to sort of see what kids are creating. Tomorrow I get to go to Mabel Rush and go to Mrs. Nichols' class and help with fourth graders putting gingerbread houses together. I anticipate a very sticky endeavor. And third, I volunteer every week at the resource room at the high school. And we have a really very generous community of folks who have been donating food and blankets and little holiday treasures that kids can come and get. And it's just such a really great time for me. It's honestly probably the one thing that I really look forward to the most in my week is to spend time in the resource room and see the kids and watch as they are excited to get a candy cane or something. And then just to remind folks that they are coming in and they're getting food for home and they're getting laundry detergent and personal care items. And the need is great, but this community is very generous in many ways. And it shows through, what's contributed to the resource room. So I hope everybody has a wonderful, rejuvenating holiday break and that everybody stays safe and we'll see folks in January.
Yeah, I mean, I also love that you guys are starting to take some initiative. I hope that we get a chance to talk about some of those ways that you guys think that students would be interactive in being a part of positive standardized testing. I know that that's difficult, so I'm excited to hear that. I loved the new classes that are at the high school. I think that those are really innovative, fun things that I wish that I had when I was there. And yeah, so one fun thing I did is I got to go to the Nutcracker and my daughter was in it, but it was really great to see so many students getting up there. The seniors, 3 of them had their last performance, so it was bittersweet for some, but yeah, it was really awesome just to see those performances happen and the community come around, sold out shows. But yeah, other than that, I hope that the end of the trimester went well and that everyone has a great holiday break.
Keep it short and sweet too. We had a lot of positives tonight. Love seeing all the scores, the funds, grants are put in some great places, and I love the initiatives that are coming out of the student reps. So yeah, everyone have a great holiday break.
Yeah, I'm going to keep mine short too. I just want to say Merry Christmas and to everyone. And I think there's some Christmas concerts that are this week too. And I would encourage everybody to go and get in the spirit of things and support our schools with the Christmas concerts.
Thank you for everybody's comments. I was pleased to read today in the Newburgh Graphic that the Yamhill County Community Care Organization gave a grant to the Newburgh Dundee School District for $46,000 grants for mental health services and for schools in Newburgh. And so that's part of the community giving back.
On here. Okay, I wanted to cover real quick. Winter sports are underway. Wrestling, they had a tournament, their first tournament of the year at Rose City. Big tournament every year. They took first. They had 5 individual champions, and they will be at the Reno tournament this weekend, which is a huge tournament. So good luck to them. The dance team and the cheer team, they're entering their competitive seasons right now. So good luck to them. Performing arts, the Winter Gala is this Thursday. It's always one of the highlights of the year. I was able to go last year. It was great. And the Performing Arts Booster Club is hosting their online auction to raise money for performing arts. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to meet with several individuals in the community, and I'll name them here in a second. I asked them to be a part of what I called Superintendent's Advisory Board, a group of individuals to get together and talk about the school district, what we do well, what we can do better, and just get their take on it. I've got my ideas, I can hear from all of you, but it's kind of unique to get their voice in a shut door that behind closed doors that's not on TV, and we can be pretty frank with each other. And so I thought it was great. So I wanted to thank them. David Case is on the committee, Scott Winter, Julie Peterson, Bubba King, Elise Yarnell, Drew Gallagher, and Ryan Simmons from the police department. He attended it. It'll be Chief Kosmicki, but he couldn't make it, so he had Ryan come in his place. So there was 7 of them plus myself, and we just had really good conversations about how we can do everything from market ourselves better to just do better. It was great. So if you know any of those guys and gals, please reach out to them, thank them for being a part of it, and hopefully they had a good time and they'll come back. I think they did. So mid-December, I am really looking forward to this holiday season. I think our kids are looking forward to it. They can get a break. Our teachers are looking forward to it, our staff in general, to spend time with loved ones and family and maybe sleep in a little bit. Everybody deserves a break, and looking forward to that. As Trevor said, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. Anything else you celebrate, enjoy it. I think we need that. So, and then lastly, I'm excited about 2024. I think it's going to be a great year. We've got some really good things, as you saw in the board meeting today. We've got some really good things going on, and one of the members of this group I was talking about in the meeting, he said, we were talking about student achievement, and I showed him the graph that I shared with you all today, where we were 3rd place. And one of the individuals in the group said, man, Sherwood's really up there. Can we catch him? And I said, why not? And the individual said, why not Newburgh? Why not? And I dare someone to answer that. Like, give me an excuse why we can't be number 1. And if you give me an excuse, I don't want you on my team, because there's no reason we can't be number 1. So I appreciate that group. Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda is January 9th, next meeting, January 9th, 2024, and now we are adjourned.